Mhm.
Saints fans and who that's from all over the world. It's time for the Bayou Blitz, y'all. With your hosts, Bob Rose and Kyle T. And Scott Hamilton, our guests.
Happy Thursday, New Orleans Saints fans, fans of the NFL, and especially fans of the Bayou Blitz. I am Bob Rose. I am one of your esteemed and humbled hosts of your Bayou Blitz tonight, and we want to thank you for having us into your homes and over your airwaves again on this special Thursday night broadcast. I am honored, as always, to be joined by my partner in crime, Mr. Kyle T. Mosley. How are you tonight, Kyle?
Doing fine, my friend. How are you?
Getting older by the second and tired as hell, but happy to be here.
Well, get some Metamucil and get some Geritol. Mix it all up. You be all right. You be all right, man. Well, how's the weather up there, man?
It's cold. I'm already ready for springtime, summertime weather. I'm too old, like I said, to deal with these Pennsylvania winters. Hoping to get down there with you guys somewhere in the southern states sooner rather than later. But we're chucking it out. I cannot believe it's just like you and I were talking before the.
Well, I'll tell you where it goes. Father Time is waiting for nobody. We have a lot going on in this world, and I tell you one thing, I'm just excited because it's getting closer and closer to the Super Bowl. Playoffs first, of course, but I'm looking at the Super Bowl. I think the black and gold are going to take their run, and we're going to see how we're able to get over the hump this time. No Minneapolis miracles and no no calls. Let's see how things go for the black and gold coming down the stretch.
One of the NFL's more underrated rivalries. This weekend, when the New Orleans Saints host the NFC South second place Carolina Panthers, and we'll recap last week's Buccaneers victory in a few moments. But first, we want to welcome Scott Hamilton, who covers the Carolina Panthers for SI.com. That's correct.
Y'all are talking about playoffs and Super Bowl. Bob, it's never boring up here, man. It is never boring in Charlotte. It is never boring with the Panthers. I mean, let's just go back over the past 6 or 7 years. You had that whole Greg Hardy mess. You had Cam Newton flipping his truck in the middle of uptown Charlotte. You got Steve Smith being run out of town. You've got Jerry Richardson. Jerry Richardson, the man who gave birth to football in the Carolinas, getting run out of his own franchise over allegations of sexual misconduct and making some racist comments. And it's just never boring here. And Kyle T will know this. Kyle T, you'll be able to relate to this. I actually saw the Panthers one year have a losing record and win the division. I mean, you just never know what you're going to get here. And as far as this team, they go 0-2 to start the year. Cam comes out. They bring Kyle Allen in. They win 4 in a row, and everybody's like, "Oh, Cam who?" And then now they're remembering who the franchise quarterback is. Now they're remembering who the team was built around because Kyle Allen. I don't want to say he's been exposed, but the eye in the sky don't lie, and there's plenty of video on that guy now. And he goes 4-0 with no interceptions, and now he's just throwing it to the other receivers for the other team. They got a lot to shore up, man. That's a long-winded answer to a complicated question. They got a lot to shore up.
Well, Scott, let me ask you this, man. If you look at the team, I know you guys have Run CMC, and he's doing a great job right now. One of the guys that's in the MVP talk. But if you look at all the other particular players that's supposed to be weapons, who would be a good supporting person on that offense for Kyle Allen to really rely on?
Man, DJ Moore. DJ Moore is evolving into a number one wide receiver. I think he had 8 passes for 95 yards, 96 yards against the Falcons the other day, and he's got that swag. Something, and I guess that's kind of the blueprint for the 21st century passing game. That slant is the new running attack. That slant, it's what you do with the yards after the catch that really matters. And DJ Moore has become so good at that, and he's a really nice compliment to McCaffrey. I mean, McCaffrey is still target number 1, target number 2, target number 3. But DJ Moore, he's an effective player, dude, and I can't wait to watch him develop as his career goes on.
And I'll tell you, Scott, I couldn't agree more with what you said. I love DJ Moore coming out of college. I'm a big fan of his as a player, and I thought that the Panthers got a great value when they nabbed him towards the latter part of the first round. And what I'm seeing from him is pretty much what you just highlighted. He's always been a terrific athlete, game breaker, whether going down the field and catching the ball or turning a short pass into a big game. But tell us what kind of worker he is, because it looks like his route running is far more improved than what we saw out of him last year.
Yeah, I mean, you could tell he puts in the hours and he works hard in practice. Look, we were singing the praises just a few years ago of a cat named Kelvin Benjamin, that he was going to be the next big guy. And yeah, he became the next big guy, all right, because he couldn't stay away from Krispy Kreme. I mean, he's eating himself just about out of the league. DJ Moore, different breed of cat. I think he's just got a different mindset, and he knows he's not that 6'4", 215-pound Megatron-looking guy who's just going to overwhelm teams. He's not. He's a quick guy with good hands, and he's got to run short routes in order to really maximize everything that God blessed him with. And he's out there working hard every day. And I got to be honest, when you got a guy like Christian McCaffrey, you watch how that dude works, it's contagious. And DJ Moore is emulating his teammates' work ethic.
Now, when you have a number one receiver, the quality of DJ Moore, and you have a weapon like Christian McCaffrey, and still, in my opinion, an extremely solid tight end in Greg Olsen, obviously you need a quarterback to distribute the ball. And you mentioned Kyle Allen a little bit at the start of the show. I guess the question that everybody throughout the NFL wants to know, and I'd love to get your opinion on it: have we seen the last of Cam Newton in the Carolina Panthers jersey?
Man, if I knew the answer to that question, I would be out making a lot of money buying lottery tickets and predicting stocks and all that. I don't know. David Tepper, the second-year owner of the Panthers, he met with us earlier this week, and he says they're not going to make a decision until Cam's healthy. And you know what? That's prudent. David Tepper's the wealthiest man in the NFL, the wealthiest owner. He's made a lot of money in business, and he's made prudent decisions, and that's another prudent decision. Look, when Cam Newton is healthy, you would have to be a grade A moron to say that he doesn't give you a good chance of winning at the quarterback position. I don't care how old he is. He's going to be 30? And I know that's, like 58 in NFL years, but Cam, when he's healthy, still something different. He's still something special. And there was a lot of talk when Kyle Allen first took over that this was the future. Kyle Allen is the future. Cam's done, blah, blah, blah. No, I don't see it yet. If Cam comes back healthy, Carolina's got a very difficult decision to make. And here's what you have to think about, guys. Dollars and cents, man. Dollars and cents. You're looking at a $19 million difference in cap money if they bring him back or if they don't bring him back. If they let him go, it's only going to cost him $2 million or so in dead money. But if they cut him loose, well, they're going to be on the hook because it'll be his last year of his contract for a little over $19 million. But then what do you do? Do you trade him and hope somebody picks him up, or do you just roll the dice and see what happens and he goes off and you get nothing back? Look, man, this is going to be the biggest story of the off season, and well, it'll keep me busy. I know that, and it'll probably keep y'all busy down there too, I imagine.
Yeah, but that's a good busy for us, right, Scott?
Oh, it is, yeah.
But I don't understand why it's such an issue, in my opinion. You have a guy that just a few years ago was the MVP of the National Football League, and now he has been injured the past couple of years, granted, but it's so much more left in the life of that young man. You look at some of these guys, Kyle Allen is a journeyman in his future, near future, in my opinion, right? And he's done well as a starting quarterback to fill in, but you still have Cam Newton available. And if he is still going to be at least moderately healthy enough to start next season, you got to give him a chance, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think so, but I'm gonna give you all some knowledge you might not be aware of down there. Go back to that 2015 MVP season. Man, I mean, what a year! Nobody saw that coming. 15-1 regular season. Cam looking like the Cam Newton that we always knew he would be. But ever since then, things have not been the same. I mean, he took an absolute beating against Denver in the Super Bowl. We all remember that. And then the following year, they got the Super Bowl hangover. And then come to find out, he played the entire month of December that year with a messed up shoulder. Now, they're out of the playoffs. They're not going to the playoffs, but they're letting Cam play anyhow. And comes around, he has to have surgery in January, okay? All right. That's irresponsible, not only to the player, to let him talk you into letting him keep taking snaps even though that season's going nowhere. It's irresponsible to the franchise because he is the heart and soul of the Carolina Panthers. It's plain truth. Comes back to next year, banged up again. Comes back last year, banged up again. And then he gets hurt. This injury he got this year, guys, he got hurt in the preseason. Hurt in the third game of the preseason. Come on.
Wow.
They've been very irresponsible with the way they have handled Cam. And look, people criticize Cam and say he's a showboat and all this, and they talk about him not jumping on that fumble in the Super Bowl. I'll put Cam Newton in my top 10 list of all-time competitors. Right. Cam Newton plays to win. Cam Newton plays hard, and that's why his body is beat to death. And you've got to be more responsible. You've got to be more judicious with the way you handle him. You can't let him talk you into playing just because Cam Newton wants to play. Yeah, Cam, it's great you want to play, pal, but we need you next week, next month, next year. You got to be smart. Now, you also got to keep this in mind. His contract, as I said, is up after next season. What's Cam Newton worth? If a healthy Cam Newton, what's he worth? They're getting him at a bargain deal right now. It's around $19.5, $20 million, which, to all of us, you and I, we'd retire on that. Our kids would be set. Our grandkids would be set.
Did you say $19? Yeah, I can retire on
$19 million? But you know what? Here, he's going. A healthy Newton's probably going to ask for $30 million.
No.
$30 million.
Yeah.
So are the Panthers going to pay that for a quarterback that's going to be on the other side of 30 who's had injury issues? We just don't know. And so you have to wonder. We've got a new owner. You're probably going to have a new general manager. Probably going to have a new head coach. Probably going to have a new quarterback. Cleaning house, a new era. I mean, they're building a practice facility over in South Carolina, for goodness sake. It's like a compound. Going to have the biggest building in South Carolina as part of it. It's just a different time, and I wouldn't be surprised to see a change at quarterback be part of that sweeping overhaul, especially when you've got that little dude, Christian McCaffrey, back there taking over as the face of the team now.
Right. So
there's a lot to consider, man. I mean, I mean, think about it. When Drew Brees is done in New Orleans, what's going to happen down there? How's that going to go? That's going to be nasty.
Yeah, I think in the NFC South, we're going to see plenty of changes over the next 3 years, to be honest with you, because if there's no changes down in Florida with Aaron's and, Winston may be on his last leg right there.
Literally.
Yeah,
he's getting beat to death, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think he needs to go suck on his thumbs for some wins. But or get some seafood. But
oh, wow.
But also, man, Scott, think about this. What's going to happen with Matt Ryan, right? And if Dan Quinn, looks like these guys are turning it around because Dan Quinn did what? He decided to step away and allow Morris to be able to call the plays, right? So you look at what's happening, you may see changes at coaching levels. Riverboat Ron may be on his last leg as well. He are rolling some dice somewhere. But we're looking at some changes in the National Football League, but the NFC South and the complexion of the NFC South is going to be different in the next couple of years. Like you said, how much longer can Drew go? I pray as long as possible, but will the Saints be looking elsewhere pretty soon? We don't know. We'll see. Guys, if you guys want to chime in with Bob, myself, as well as Scott Hamilton, the phone number is 504-533-9444. No, 8444. I'm sorry. So
8444.
8444.
Let's think about this. Let's think about this. Let's think about this philosophically here. We're all smart guys, or at least we're going to pretend to be for the next few minutes.
Well, two of you are, but
the NFL has changed. NFL has changed, and unless you got a guy like Lamar Jackson, the quarterback shouldn't be the primary weapon. He shouldn't be. He should be a distributor of the football. And you look at a team like the Panthers, the way they're built, with a Christian McCaffrey, with a DJ Moore, and some other ancillary pieces. You just need a guy who can spread it out and distribute the football to all these other weapons and let them be weapons. So do you need a guy like Cam Newton, who isn't the best passer in the world, who will never have the best mechanics in the world, and once he stops being able to run,
Right. Well, no, go ahead, Bob. Mm-hmm. Right. Yes. 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 Yes, yes. And you have a guy sitting out there in Lincoln Raleigh. What's going to happen with him? Will he be one of those guys you may see entering into the NFL as well? So
He'd be crazy. He's making what, $4 million, $5 million a year. He could be the governor of Oklahoma. Man, I'm telling you, I'd keep my butt where it is. Him and Dabo and all those guys, I'd stay in the college game.
Yeah, but sometimes you get these coaches. They have egos too, and
Nick Saban.
They would like to crave that. If I won here, I could be able to win in the National Football League as well. So, and money may talk. You never know. To lure him into the NFL.
We saw Steve Spurrier. We saw Nick Saban. We can keep going on and on. I mean, and it's the opposite though. Look, you've got some of those guys who can do both. Pete Carroll's pulled it off. God bless him.
Yeah, but a lot of people forget Pete's first stint up there in New England and Jets. Those were stinkers, man.
Those were bad days, man. Bad days.
Good stuff. Well, Scott, let's talk about the game, man. Going into Sunday, you have Christian McCaffrey on one side and Kyle Allen leading the team. And on the defense, you still have Kuechly. Any other important defensive guys that we need to be aware of?
Yeah, I mean, Mario Addison and Gerald McCoy, those guys are playing pretty good up front. One thing Carolina does well, and keep in mind, Carolina's changed its defense now. They're trying to play a 3-4. They rush the quarterback. They got 39 sacks. That's the most in the NFL. But I'm telling you, if I'm Alvin Kamara, boy, I got some new cleats ready. I'm stretching because they can't stop the run. Their run defense couldn't play dead and screen 3. I mean, it's bad, man. They cannot stop the run, and it's been a point of emphasis. Now, they did better against Atlanta. They held Atlanta to like 54 net rushing yards, but Atlanta without its top 2 running backs and, Matt Ryan throwing for 300 yards. They didn't need to run the ball. If Sean Payton decides that he wants to run the ball, the opportunity is there. So they got to focus on that. But, back to your point, Luke Kuechly, if I have to pick one guy to build my defense around the NFL, I'm taking Luke Kuechly. I love his game. His footsteps are always perfect. I never see Luke Kuechly out of position, and he's always playing that chess game with the quarterback. I mean, I remember even when he was first in the league, him squaring off against Peyton Manning in his Omaha. Well, there's Luke Kuechly screaming whatever he screams back at him during all that. It was a beautiful thing to watch.
That was good. I remember
Shaq
that.
Thompson. Oh man, that was good stuff. That was
Yeah.
good stuff. In the defensive backfield, Cockrell, he didn't practice today. He practiced on Thursday. He missed, so he's got a groin issue. He might be out. So the secondary is vulnerable, man. This isn't your typical Carolina defense that we've gotten to know over the years, where they just shut everybody down. The days back when Josh Norman was Josh Norman are long gone. This defense, it's ripe for the picking, and I got a feeling we might see Drew Brees be classic Drew Brees on Sunday.
So who will have the assignment to guard? You can't guard Mike.
I think that might have to be by committee, man. That might have to be by committee. I mean, I don't know who you put on there. That guy's going crazy. What has he done? What has he done to elevate his game to this level?
Bob, you go ahead.
You
take this one.
You know, he is the sharpest route runner, the most precise route runner I've ever seen. He's extremely physical at the top of his routes, and competitive. He thrives on making a catch in traffic, and he's such a maniacal worker that nobody is going to outwork him. And given Drew Brees' work habits, that was the perfect combination, the perfect storm when the Saints, when he tumbled to the second round for the Saints in 2016. I think that this kid is playing. I think we've still not seen the top of his game yet.
Yes.
Believe it or not.
Yes.
I think the numbers that he's putting up are knock on wood when I'm saying this. As long as he stays injury free and has a competent quarterback. He is a guy that's going to thrive well after Drew Brees steps away from the game. Hopefully that's not for another 20 or 25 years. But you're not going to outwork Michael Thomas. You're just not. Like I said, he thrives on a physical defensive back. He takes on those kind of one-on-one challenges personally. And he's a challenge for any secondary. We've seen teams roll their coverages to him. I've seen him fight through. We've all seen him fight through triple coverage. To make the 8-10 yard catch for a big first down. That's just the type of person he is. It transcends beyond the football field. Football for him is a 24/7 endeavor.
Yeah, but you also
that's the kind of guy you want. I mean, who? Yeah. That's this Kyle T. Who gets credit for drafting that dude?
Well, I told Sean Payton he needs to look at more Ohio State players.
Nice.
But look, I think Urban Meyer gets the credit, and he's the one who made the recommendation. He made the recommendation for Lattimore as well. So Urban Meyer really opened Sean Payton's eyes up to Michael Thomas. And not to say the scouting department were not looking at him, but we were in desperate need of a wide receiver at that time, right? Bob, you remember around that time, we really wanted someone to be a first-round draft pick, and they just never would do it. So when Michael Thomas fell to the second round, I thought he would be a decent player, but it's the focus he decided to have and the determination to be able to refine his game has really been the key for him. I think since 2017, I didn't realize this. He leads the wide receivers in yards after catch. Yeah. I was like, wow. I was thinking, someone like DeAndre Hopkins would be there, or Antonio Brown or someone. They were up there, but it was Michael Thomas that is leading all those guys. So, Scott, when you look at his play, once he gets the football, he just doesn't, drop to the ground like some of those guys, or let me run out of bounds. He's trying to initiate contact sometimes, too. So it's a toughness in him. He's playing smart at times as well. Sometimes he knows if there are 2 or 3 guys coming down, he will drop. But it's good to see that we have a young man who kind of modeled his game kind of like Marcus Colston did for the Saints, Mm-hmm. And he's just been and I wrote about this last week, he's been a model NFL football player. Not just a Saints player, but a model NFL football player, as well as a good person. And he's pretty humble. Deion Sanders asked him on last Sunday, said, what is it? It seems like even after the big contract you signed, you have gone harder. And it is proven that he is going harder with the records he has been breaking this season.
It's y'all's podcast, but I'm gonna ask y'all some questions. That sounds to me like it's a culture thing. that you get down there in the Saints, and they you know, you get this guy in the second round who probably should have been a first round pick, but they get him in the second round, and they value that position. They know they need somebody at that position. He comes in highly recommended from Urban Meyer. And it's not like he's being cast off to play for the Sisters of the Poor. I mean, he's getting ready to catch passes from Drew Brees. Right. I think that has to straighten your head up quite a bit if it needs straightened up. And if it don't need straightened up, well, that just puts you on a whole nother level. And then you sit down with a guy like a Sean Payton who tells you about a Marcus Colston and all these other great receivers and players that have come through the Saints. And that just seems to me to be a culture thing. We never hear anything about the Saints stepping out of line. I mean, they're not taking helmets off and hitting dudes down there, are they?
No, they're not, and that is a testament to the core of the team. I mean, we all know what kind of person and competitor that Drew Brees has been throughout his NFL career, and well, even before that. But look at the leadership on that team. On the defensive side, you have Cam Jordan. Nobody is going to outwork Cam Jordan. And he has always taken on the role and mantle of a defensive leader, mentoring young players that the team has brought in. Even when they would struggle defensively, he would be in, I'd see him in training camp. He would be in those guys' ear, not only on the field, but on the sidelines and in the autograph lines. That's just what kind of person that Cam Jordan is. They brought in Demario Davis. He took on that mantle as well. And then, when a guy, like you said, when a guy like Michael Thomas, or Alvin Kamara, come in. You have those guys, and you had a Max Unger at the time, and Marcus Colston was on his way out. That's just a true culture, and that's the kind of expectation that Sean Payton has put forth on this squad since the day he got here in 2006.
And one guy that has really helped that defensive line this season, and he came from New England, and I remember when he was coming out of the University of Texas, I was pleading for those guys to draft him. That's Malcolm Brown. And you look at his insertion into the lineup as well as Mario Edwards. You look at that whole defensive line, you can't really say there's one weak link other than Shia Tuttle, because he's pretty new in the league. He has
young, right?
Yeah, but he's bounced around the first couple of years, right? But other than Tuttle, I mean, you have some really solid performers, and the young Davenport, he's still learning, but you can tell with his athletic ability, and he's being groomed under Jordan, he's going to be a force pretty soon. So I think when you look at all of those guys, Scott and Sean Payton's not going to take any mess. That's another thing. And we have some good coaches. You have Mike Nolan. You have Aaron Glenn. You have those guys are tough. You have Ryan Nielsen, the defensive line coach, who has really transformed that line since taking it over from Bill Johnson. So we have some good coaching. We have some good guys in the locker room. The culture has been pretty good, especially since that supposed Bounty Gate. You heard me right. Yeah, supposed Bounty Gate. So I think when you look at how the team going forward, and Scott, tell me this. Those guys have had 2 straight seasons with major disappointments at the end of the games for them in the playoffs. That really helped to galvanize this team when we still have young players like Marshawn Lattimore, Marcus Williams in the defensive backfield. Those guys seen this, but they bound together to continue to develop their craft and work well together and put together a pretty good defensive squad there. So those things
it's
help.
the opposite of what happened in the division with Atlanta blowing the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Yes.
That team fell apart after that. But
it sure did.
The Saints have gone in a different direction. It bound them together like Gorilla Glue instead of blowing them apart like what happened in Atlanta.
I like that. Gorilla Glue. Yeah, you're right, Scott, man. Sometimes adversity can really help you. And sometimes when you decide to not come together and work together as a team, you'll see that falling apart to occur. So hopefully this season we will see more of a positive direction as we march into Miami. So, but we have some really tough games ahead. You guys are full of ours, but it's always been a battle dealing with the Carolina Panthers.
Have you looked at the records? This is the 50th game played between these teams, and I'm sure you guys are aware of this. Panthers have a 25-24 advantage.
Wow. Close.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Back and forth. Remember, there were times, I think it was a couple years in a row, we would win in Carolina. You guys would come to New Orleans and beat us. We would win in Carolina. Y'all come to New Orleans and beat us. So, yeah, it's been a seesaw battle. And some of those games, we thought for sure we were odds makers favorites. Man, Cam Newton would come in and do a number on us. And Steve Smith, oh, gosh, I'm glad he's gone.
There's a lot of people, and he still lives around here. There's a lot of people, though, man. He got put into the the Panthers version of the Hall of Fame.
Oh, congrats!
Last month.
That's awesome,
dude. Well, and it was a big deal because they let him go. It was pretty hard feelings when they let him go and all that. And he went on to Baltimore. And
right.
It was just nasty. It was a nasty separation. But he was the last one announced, and the four players did it at halftime, and he'd say real quick remark. And then Smitty steps up, and he takes off his jacket, and he pulls up his shirt, and he's got his jersey on.
Wow!
And that was pretty darn cool seeing him. And he said he never thought he'd get to wear that jersey again. And then of course he made the remark, well, the next step is to make sure nobody else ever wears that number again. He he's already saying he wants his number retired. I got dig it. He deserves it.
Yeah. He was an awesome player, man, and he really helped you guys in that Super Bowl with Jake Delhomme. I tell you. I was praying. I was here in Houston when that game was going on. I was praying for him because I like him, the player, more than anything else. He was just an outstanding player, and hopefully he would get an opportunity to get into the Hall of Fame.
He's a good dude, too. I mean, he's a good guy. He does a lot of stuff in the community. I mean, he really ingrains himself. And if you don't know Steve Smith's story, take a minute. Go back and read about Steve Smith and everything that he endured growing up. And he wasn't a first-round draft pick out of a Power 5 school. I mean, this guy came out of nowhere and worked his tail off to become one of the most dangerous weapons in the NFL for probably a decade. I mean, that dude was as good as anybody. And for him to be the person he is also, that's just icing on the cake.
Yeah, that's awesome. Whatever happened to Muhammad?
Oh, man. See, he went to the Bears for a while, and then I think he's in witness relocation. We haven't seen him man, you're going back now. You're going back to Muhammad and those guys. We're going Wesley Walls. You're going to bring that name up there.
Well, look, you guys took Jake from us, so...
took Jake, took Sam, took Wesley. I mean, good grief.
Yeah, Sam was the big one there, man. Oh, I hated to see him in that uniform. I'll tell you that much.
But I'll tell you what, there's a statue of Sam Mills outside Bank of America Stadium, too.
And you say that, Scott, and I still can't understand why we don't have something memorializing him, outside the Superdome. And hopefully Mrs. Benson can be able to pick up on that and see if there's some recognition of he as well as the other members of the Dome Patrol.
You know what? I say we get that going because I guarantee you there'll be a lot of people at this way that would help you all pull that off because Sam Mills was that kind of individual. And to get off topic a little bit, but stay on topic a little bit, those linebackers. Let me see. Ricky Jackson, that was part of that.
Pat Swilling.
Gosh, Pat Swilling. Man, I remember you had Ronaldo Turnbull going for a while.
Yeah, but Von Johnson was the other guy. Pat Swilling.
Little guy. Was he a little guy?
No, Von wasn't little. Sam Mills was the
Sam was the little, but
he was
I thought Von was little too.
No.
He was shorter, but he was built like a brick wall. So.
Yeah.
And Ricky Jackson had that just. Man, I mean, his face mask had 8,000 bars on it. Number 57.
Yeah, Ricky Jackson, Mr. Hall of Famer himself. Yeah. I think Ricky was our first Hall of Fame guy. So Then Willie Roaf.
Really?
Yeah, then Willie Roaf.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, man. But Ricky, he's doing well, and I think he had a little bout with some health challenges not too long ago here in New Orleans, and but he's doing a lot better now.
It's awesome, and those teams. I mean, I remember back was it in the '80s, and they finally went to the playoffs. I think, or maybe they went once in the '70s, and then they didn't go for like 10 or 12 years. But those teams with Dalton Hilliard, Reuben Mays, Bobby Hebert, those guys. I mean, that was a good brand of football.
Yeah, Bobby was the first quarterback to take us to a playoff game, and we got ran out by the Vikings, right? So
Chris Carter.
Yeah, and then Aaron Brooks was the next one to get us into really winning. I was there when we won our first playoff game against the Rams, Kurt Warner and the Rams. So that was a great scene in the Superdome.
Well, they had a real good history down there. I mean, people don't realize, they talk about the Aints and all that, and it was like that for a long time. But there were some years where you couldn't quite get over that hump, like we're talking about those Bobby Hebert years. There was a lot of 8-8, but it was an exciting 8-8, and there's some Hall of Fame quality players in there.
Yeah, look, Scott. I grew up. We would go to the Superdome. We would have bags on our heads, and we would still be like 1 win, 2 wins. People still there believing we're gonna win. We don't care. We're gonna win, and we were having a good time doing it.
I love it. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. They've had a little bit of a challenge with that here with the Panthers because, I mean, it's still a new team. I mean, it's the 25th year, but when you look at the history of the league, it's still a baby.
Yeah. Well,
and a lot of transplants here. I mean, you see probably as many Steelers and Patriots and Cowboy flags flying around as you do Panthers. I mean, I'm exaggerating, but only slightly.
Well, I'm glad you said that because you said they're building a new facility in South Carolina, not North Carolina.
Yeah.
What gives?
Now keep in mind the name of the team is Carolina.
Right.
And right now the headquarters is in Charlotte. Now Charlotte's only 10 miles from the border.
Okay.
Oh. So you go across the border in South Carolina, and they're building this fabulous training facility. But here's the question: when are they going to get a new stadium? The stadium, I mean, it's 25 years old, and if we had a house that was 25 years old, we'd be feeling pretty good. But a stadium 25 years old is antiquated nowadays. I mean, the Georgia Dome's gone.
Well, look at the Superdome, 40 years plus, baby.
I know. What have they done to keep that thing up and running and relevant? I mean, I can't believe it. And everything with Katrina and all that. But see, the problem with Bank of America Stadium, I mean, it's still nice, and they've done some renovations, spent a lot of money on it, but it's in the middle of downtown Charlotte. And there's benefits to that, and there's disadvantages to that because you can't expand. You can't do anything around it. So are they also going to move the new stadium? And the owner, David Tepper, he's talking about building a stadium with a retractable roof. Are they going to go over to South Carolina and do that too? The AAA baseball team used to play over there. I mean, it's not outside the realm of possibility. It's not the Charlotte Panthers. It's the Carolina Panthers.
Yeah. Look, it was just announced a few days ago about the $450 million Superdome renovation they're about to have, man. So,
whoa.
Yeah, they're trying to upgrade more. Now, understand this. Just a couple years ago, they did $150 million upgrade. So they're trying to bring it to what the NFL would like to say, new standards and new ways to interact with the fans and the field environment and things of that nature. So you look at some of those renderings that they unveiled. It's pretty interesting how the concepts are out there. I love the Superdome. It's an iconic building, and so many great events other than just Super Bowls. We're talking about Final Fours, national championship games, and everything that occurred right in that stadium. So I think that's one of the major reasons why they're trying to keep the stadium alive and keep it relevant.
It that's a real commitment right there. And it goes back to your point, talking about how even during the lean years, everybody kept believing, and they got this place that's unified this area. I mean, I wasn't down there during Katrina. I mean, make no mistake about it. And what everybody went through down there, I can't imagine. But people rallying at the stadium and having to stay at the dome and all that, and I mean, is that something, you being from down that way, is that something that you could see keeping that place up and running for years to protect it culturally? I mean, it's a big piece of history.
Yeah, well, and I'm sorry, Bob, if I'm dominating the conversation.
No, you guys are good.
But, yeah, Scott, the Superdome is less than a mile or two from where it was real populous at that time, where it was the community folk. And some of the projects were nearby. That's why when everybody most of the people evacuated, and the people who could not evacuate, the only place they could go to kind of get some shelter, and you would think that the structure was going to hold up, was the Superdome, and unfortunately was not able to hold up, and unfortunately everything that kind of occurred from the levees breaking to the flooding of the city, it was just one catastrophe after the next. But the Superdome holds a place. It's like you can always look at the dome for a source of either inspiration or perspiration, knowing because we sweated a lot of times in that dome when it comes to some of the games we witnessed with the Saints. But it's one of the places in the community I don't think you can ever really get rid of it.
And like you said, the history there, and I think it's wasteful. I mean, the Georgia Dome, it's just a big field now, right? I mean, the parking lot next to Mercedes-Benz Stadium.
Look, I remember I lived in Atlanta when I was attending college at Morehouse. So they had Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. You remember that? That was the place where the Falcons played.
Aren't you bad?
Man, they gave us tickets every week to try to go to those games. We didn't want to go. So then they built the Georgia Dome, right? Then they built the second dome. Now they built this Mercedes-Benz I can say it's Superdome, but I'm thinking, why you guys are copying on us so much? I had to even rename the building after Mercedes-Benz as well. So yeah, they have that origami stadium. That's the one we call it, right, Bob? Right?
Yeah, the origami.
Yeah, the origami stadium, and I don't know, man. A lot of those people around the community were displaced when they did the first Georgia Dome, and Atlanta. I don't understand why they needed a dome within 20 years of one another. So
I don't either. And then, I've seen everything from NFL to Final Fours there.
Yeah,
and I thought they were fine. Now the Braves don't even play downtown.
No, they went out to the suburbs.
Well, guys, maybe the city and region around Atlanta figures that if they build a nice enough stadium that they can actually attract a real football team.
Oh,
that's my thought.
Ouch!
I ain't touching that one.
Well, and Scott, I wanted to ask you. I mean, you poll any New Orleans Saints fan of any age, the most bitter rival is still the Atlanta Falcons. You talk to somebody, let's just say a little bit more seasoned, read between the lines, old, like Kyle and myself. We're going to put the San Francisco 49ers up in that discussion with the most bitter rivalries. But y'all heard me say it at the beginning of the show, and I'll tell anybody that listens, the Panthers versus Saints rivalry and their games are as physical as any in the NFL. And you just watch the emotion on both sides, on the coaching staffs and the players on that field for years, decades, really. Would you say that the Saints are the Panthers' biggest rival, or is it someone else in the NFC South?
You see, there's no animosity. I mean, I would be up there. Until I look at the numbers, my first thoughts are the Falcons. First of all, because of geography, but then you had those great matchups with Steve Smith and D'Angelo Hall, barking at each other for for games twice a year. But then you look at the numbers, and as I alluded to earlier, I mean, it's dead even. 50th matchup is 25-24. I mean, you don't get any closer than that. I mean, the Buccaneers are an afterthought. There's really nothing there. Here's what it's lacking, and you guys will agree with this, man. There's no animosity. There's no hatred. There's no Ravens Steelers. There's no Packers Bears. There's just I don't know. I mean, it's hard football. They play hard, but everybody kind of gets along. I kind of like it, but I don't.
Yeah. Well, do you think, because it's more, like you said, a more transient type of fan base, that you really don't have people entrenched to say for years and years, I remember when they did this, or I remember when we did that, so you have, I see it here in Houston, to be honest with you, because you don't have as many people in Houston that have been here 20 years ago or remember when the Texans just got started, or remember the exodus of the Oilers, so it's one of those times where you have in this country, some of the metropolitan areas are not as ingrained with the culture as like a New Orleans or Pittsburgh or Philadelphia, something like that,
Yeah, that's a really good way to look at it, and also this, and you touched on it, just history. I mean, yeah, it's one thing to play each other for the NFC South every year, but when you have stakes that are higher, that's when the intensity is ramped up. Now, you think back, Dallas and San Francisco was such a great rivalry in the '80s, starting with the catch, because it flipped the script. Suddenly, the Cowboys had a competitor, and you think back to the Bills and the Dolphins in the '90s. I mean, these are teams that were playing every year, not just for their division, but to go maybe to the Super Bowl.
Super Bowl, right?
And we haven't seen that with the Panthers and the Saints, and we haven't seen a game like what happened to the Saints in Minnesota, where these two teams have been involved, where there's been a bad call that's cost one team not only the game but its season. There's been nothing there to really galvanize the fan base one way or the other. So it's just been, I guess you could put it up to poor timing, you could put it up to lack of timing, as you said. These teams haven't been around for a long time, and these are transient communities. Charlotte is a transient town. There aren't too many natives there. There aren't too many. I mean, I love it. I'm not a native here. I'm not a native. But the people who grew up here, a lot of them, this was Redskins territory. And that's still one of the dominant TV markets for the Redskins.
Really?
You still see a lot of Redskins and bumper stickers, and you think about like Sonny Jurgensen, he's from North Carolina. I mean, and then you got all the people from up north that have moved down. You see the Patriots stickers and the Giants, and lots of Pittsburgh stuff. So it's just a grab bag, and it hasn't really got that community like a Green Bay, where the town literally owns the team, or where you got a Chicago and it's one of the founding members of the NFL. It's still a young franchise, and it really hasn't had opportunities to build that intense rivalry. It's almost genteel. Let's say it's genteel. That makes it sound classy.
Yeah. Do you think they have not rebounded, or the effects of that loss in the Super Bowl really did a lot of damage for the fans and the connection with the fans and the team?
I don't think so. I mean, that's $1 million question. They're not really fair weather fans. I don't want to, and we're going to pile on Atlanta a little bit. They come to the games even when they're losing, even though not as many of them come, but there's a lot of them that come. I mean, what they did that year, flirting with a perfect record, going to winning the NFC, going to the Super Bowl. It was something that I had never seen in this area in sports, other than like when Duke or UNC or somebody like that's doing something in college sports. Because you have to remember, it came after that crappy year they won with the 7-8 record or whatever it was. It came after the monster Greg Hardy did all the terrible things he was doing, after Cam flipped his truck. It was such a positive after so much negative. And the vibe has lingered for a long time, but now the expectations are up. I think maybe that's a long way of coming around to that. The expectations are elevated because of that year. Ron Rivera, he's been the coach here since 2011. He hasn't done a whole lot since 2015. I mean, his record is not good, and things are trending in a very bad direction. I don't see him sticking around after this year, to be honest with you, unless they reel off about 5 straight wins, and that ain't happening. But back to your point, I'm rambling now because it's 11 o'clock where I'm at. It's just, there is no Super Bowl hangover. It just elevated the expectation.
Okay. All right, guys. It is getting kind of late. So, Scott, before we kind of sign you off, let's get any of your last thoughts on the game coming up on Sunday between the Saints and the Panthers.
And it's all about protecting the quarterback. If they can protect Kyle Allen, he's been sacked 18 times over the last, I think, 5 games. He might be able to perform, but even to that point, I mean, that defense has got to tighten up. The defense has not looked good. The Falcons were scoring pretty much any way they wanted. It should have been a lot worse, to be honest with you. They managed to tighten up at the 11th hour on a couple of drives and hold them to field goals, but it could have been so much worse. And I'm looking at the spread now, and our friends out in the desert say New Orleans about 9.5. I kind of like that. I'm going to go 28-17 Saints.
Okay, good. Tell everybody how they can follow you on the World Wide Web.
Man, you can find me on Twitter at ScottH4456, and you can head over to si.com/NFL/Panthers. And I got to be honest, I've been on a lot of radio shows. I've been on a lot of TV shows, podcasts, and this one's cool, man. It's got a good vibe to it. It's just a few guys having a conversation.
That's all we are, man. Some old crusty
We
guys.
really appreciate that.
Yeah, old crusty guys like to have some talk. But look, Scott, you are welcome back anytime, man. Matter of fact, if you anytime you would like to pick my brain, Bob's brain, and because you are our colleague at SI, we are here for you. Just let us know what you need.
I tell you what, let's wrap it up next Sunday. We'll do a little post-mortem Sunday night if y'all up for it, or Monday, whenever your next scheduled thing is. I'd be more than happy.
I'm good with that. How about you, Bob?
I love the idea of a Sunday night recap. Kyle and I have been talking about that anyway, Scott, and you've been a lot of fun to have on the show. I'm with
Definitely.
Kyle. I'd love to have you back on as often as possible. So, yeah, hopefully it's a post-mortem for you and a celebration for us. But yeah, I'm in.
All right, y'all know how to get me. I look forward to it.
Okay, well, Scott,
Definitely.
thank you so much. That's Scott Hamilton, Sports Illustrated's Panther Maven, and you can find him at si.com/NFL/Panthers. Thanks, Scott. Take care, buddy.
Take care, Scott. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Bambo, let's kind of wrap up. You got some other thoughts we need to talk about before signing off ourselves?
Scott gave some great analysis and great insight into kind of where the Panthers franchise mindset is. It was very eye-opening for me. But Kyle, I think there is no reason at all to believe that the Saints won't dominate this matchup between Carolina this Sunday. Like Scott pointed out to us, the Panthers have had one heck of a time protecting Kyle Allen, and then before that, Cam Newton. I mean, we know what kind of beating Newton has taken over the years. Christian McCaffrey is a great equalizer, but over even McCaffrey's short career, he hasn't had a lot of success on the ground against the Saints. As a pass receiver, yeah, so it's going to be a real challenge to Demario Davis, Kiko Alonso, and A.J. Klein to at least contain McCaffrey. We know he's going to get a lot of receptions, but just keep him from breaking the game open. And other than that, I know Marshawn Lattimore is going to miss this game, but I like the matchup of Eli Apple probably on DJ Moore in any kind of man-to-man coverage responsibilities. The Saints should be able to run the ball against Carolina and keep a balanced approach, which is going to help protect Drew Brees. Again, just like McCaffrey on the Panthers end, we know Michael Thomas is going to get his catches. He always does. The key to me is how effective is Alvin Kamara and Latavius Murray going to be against Shaq Thompson and Luke Kuechly, those Panthers linebackers? What I see out of Kuechly, and I haven't decided whether, I'm watching his film this year, I haven't decided whether Kuechly has just lost a half step in getting to that edge, or whether the Panthers defensive line can't keep the blockers off of him. Either way, I look for some open field opportunities for Kamara, and for the Saints defensive line to put a lot of pressure on Kyle Allen and force him into mistakes. I'm going to go with Saints 30, Panthers 14 in this one.
All right, good stuff. Andrus Peat, of course, guys, if you did not know, he is out for a few weeks because of his broken forearm. Marshawn Lattimore still is lingering with a hamstring. Deontay Harris as well is lingering with a hamstring injury. And Zach Line, the fullback, is on the list as well with a knee injury. So, limited practice for Larry Wolford as well as Austin Carr, Josh Hill, who is coming back from concussion protocol, and Ryan Ramczyk had a little tweak of the knee, but he was still limited in practice, and I think he should still be a go for the game. All right, guys, we're going to go forward. My prediction, I think I gave to Scott, was 31-17 for the Saints to win on Sunday against the Carolina Panthers. Couple things that I think we need to be aware of is how well the defensive backs are going to play. Will that put pressure on Kyle Allen to be able to make some negative passes, as well as if our pass rush can really get there to him, So if Cam Jordan and those guys are able to put some pressure up front on him, then I think he can be susceptible to some negative plays as well, right? So the one thing I noticed when I watched him play this season, when he went up to Green Bay, and remember they had to come back at the end of the game, and they went all the way down, and they came a yard short of tying the game. He did not look flustered. Now, he was flustered early in the game, but that last drive, I was like, wow, that was pretty impressive. The kid in the snow drove that ball down the field. The Saints have been a little bit more disciplined. Coming out the bye, that was one of those speed bumps, right? But
Yeah.
I think, Bob, if the team can stay disciplined and play controlled football, the Saints, when they run the football 100-plus yards on the ground, 7 out of our 8 wins have been 100-plus yard running games. We've got to be able to take some time off the clock, protect Breeze a little bit with more of the run as well, guys. We can't keep on having them drop back. And I said this last week, I don't need to see a 35-plus passing yard attempt game from Drew Brees. And we saw how effective that was against Tampa Bay, right? 80%, Bob. He threw for 80%. Think about that, man.
He had only one completion in the second half, Brees did last week, Kyle. He went 11 for 12.
Golly. That's just amazing to me, man. And people was like, oh, man, he just throws the short ball. Yeah, he is. Pro Football Focus says he gets the ball out faster than any quarterback this season at 2.5 seconds. Wow. So, yeah, we need him to continue that route. I don't care if he's throwing it 5, 6, 7 yards. As long as we control the ball, get it down the field, get ourselves into position. Now, Bob, I'm still concerned about the red zone, man. Give me some help.
If there's one thing about this Saints offense other than a secondary wide receiver to Michael Thomas, is the red zone. And that actually might be one of the problems. Thomas doesn't have nearly the room to operate when you get close to the goal line, obviously, because you run out of field space. And defenses, rightfully so, don't really respect anybody in the Saints receiving corps outside of can't guard Mike. So those coverage rollovers that they try to employ over the rest of the field, but Thomas fights his way through them, there's just not enough room to do so. So that almost eliminates him, except on those wide receiver screens, that almost eliminates him, from being as much of a scoring threat once you get inside the opposing 5-yard line, maybe even 10-yard line. I would like to see more utilization of Latavius Murray and Alvin Kamara on the field at the same time when they get closer to the goal line. Murray has 4 rushing touchdowns this year. Kamara has 1, with one more added through the air. We know that Alvin Kamara is a red zone threat. We've seen it, each of the prior 2 seasons. He just hasn't been able to get going. You can't say that the Saints don't dominate the line of scrimmage because they have in nearly every game this year except for their 2 losses. So I would just like to see a little bit more imagination out of the Saints offense. Let them, let Breeze be Breeze. Let him go through his reads, and then slam the ball down their throat with Murray. We haven't seen that a lot once they get inside, the red zone or even at the 10-yard line. I think that's a good way to cure their woes, especially against the Panthers team that has struggled against the run, and has given up more rushing touchdowns than anybody else in the league.
Yeah. Creativity there, man. I think we need to utilize Taysom Hill a little bit more as well. I was talking to one of my buddies here in Houston, and he was like, why don't y'all put Taysom, put Alvin in the backfield together? You just brought up Murray and Kamara, but Taysom and Kamara in the backfield together. Would that be interesting?
Yeah.
Who do you stick? Who do you if you open up the field with a linebacker taking one, another linebacker or defensive back taking the other, you got some openings somewhere. Somebody's not going to be able to make the play. So let's see what Sean can do, man. I hope that the team will have a steady, consistent diet of the run. I hope the guys continue to be stalwarts up front, and let's see how Mr. Breeze can be able to put another W on the board for the boys in black and gold. All right, Saints fans, don't forget, you can be able to just continue to follow us at our new site. It's si.com/NFL/Saints. Bobo, tell everybody how they can follow you on the World Wide Web.
Well, in addition to hunting us all down on the SI site, like you just mentioned, Kyle, my individual accounts that can be followed on Facebook, Bob Rose, and Twitter at BobbyR2613. Folks, if you don't already follow our Bayou Blitz Facebook group, then please do so. You will be welcomed into the family with open arms, and we look forward to that. If you can't find it, just go to Facebook and Google, or go to the search engine rather, and look for Bayou Blitz. It does take a join request, but I promise you, you'll be welcomed in. There's no more informative site among the Facebook groups, and we're growing, so we'd love to have you. Also find Bayou Blitz 412 on Twitter as well. It's still a growing page. Kyle and I post replays of our show not only on our personal pages, but through those Bayou Blitz groups on Twitter and Facebook as well. And we're as interactive as we can be. So like I said, if you're not already following the Bayou Blitz on Twitter or Facebook, what you waiting for, folks?
Yeah, keep up with us, please. We're growing. We're growing 2 boys, and we need to have y'all with us.
Yep.
Look, man, it's good to see the next couple of weeks headed down the stretch of the season to see how we are going to continue to grow. The fans are getting up into a frenzy. I know Saints fans, y'all are so funny. As soon as the team loses, you guys went into a little mini depression. I'm glad to see y'all back up and reading and engaged again. So let's just continue that trend. If there's any blip down the stretch, guys, don't take it personal. It's going to be okay. The Crescent City connection has had too many mishaps. Don't you be one of them. All right? So let's just say stay off, stay off, stay off. All right, man. And guys, you can also follow the Saints News Network as well as the Saints News Network crew. Again, that's si.com/NFL/Saints. We provide all the exclusive Saints content for Sports Illustrated's team channel site. And you can also check us out on Twitter, Instagram, as well as at Facebook at Saints News. That's at Saints News at each one of those particular sites. Okay, and just got word we had some technical difficulties, but we have a backup, and we're going to put the version of the podcast up there pretty soon, so hopefully you guys will hear that. This is Kyle T. Mosley of Saints News Network with Bob Rose of the Bayou Blitz and the Saints News Network as well. Bob, good to have you on board. You guys stay warm and safe up there. And Saints fans, we will see you guys on Sunday. Who dat? Take care. Bye.
Who dat?
This call is being recorded.
Okay. Another buddy. He came home. His wife is grouchy too. He's like, let's see. This one here. And we should be good. It's around you. And hey, Scott, how are you?
I'm good. How you?
Mm-hmm.
Saints fans and who that's from all over the world.
Mm-hmm.
Saints fans and who that's from all over the world. It's time for the Bayou Blitz, y'all. With your hosts, Bob Rose and Kyle T. It's Scott Hamilton, our guest.
Happy Thursday, New Orleans.
He met with us earlier this week, and he says they're not going to make